Hey there, Central Ohio. Thanks for joining us here on 10 TV Plus. Another afternoon of strong storms pushing through the region, resulting in some severe thunderstorm warnings. The one in place right now is for us here in portions of Franklin County. So let's go ahead and dive into these storms. The heaviest of that cell now pushing to the northeast of downtown, up in Gahanna, up to Easton, up on the northeast side. So we'll reposition the map here just a little bit to track that storm as it continues under a severe thunderstorm warning. This will be for about the next 15 minutes. This warning goes until 6:45 here tonight. It's for the possibility of some 60-mile-per-hour winds, maybe a little bit of hail in there. You notice there's not really any lightning with this storm. It picked up the warning as it was starting to go into a more weakening phase. And you might be wondering how we get a warning as a storm is weakening. Well, the storm grows by pushing all of that air up into the atmosphere, and then that air has to come down. When all of it starts to come down at once, the storm goes through a weakening phase but generates those 60-mile-per-hour winds. And that's what we're seeing with this particular storm right now. We'll zoom out a little bit more, give us some room here to put a storm track on the leading edge of that cell. It's moving off to the east-northeast at about 25 miles per hour. So this is going to be pretty quickly exiting here in Franklin County and heading into southeastern portions of Delaware and into western Licking County. So be ready for the storm to head toward you. We'll track the heaviest portion of the cell, again off to the east-northeast about 25 miles per hour. That's in New Albany essentially now. It's going to be picking up in intensity in the next 5 minutes. It'll continue to push off toward Johnstown at 6:56, 7:01 into Alexandria and into Utica by the time we head towards 7:28. Again, that warning tonight only goes for about the next 14 minutes here. But of course, we'll continue to monitor these storms and periodically bring you coverage here on 10 TV Plus throughout the evening if we do see those storms strengthen a little bit more. We'll put the latest information on for that warning there. Radar indicated wind threat with this storm. The hail, less than severe levels. We're talking 0.75 and smaller with this particular cell. Wind speeds, again, up to 60 miles per hour under a severe thunderstorm warning for about the next 13 minutes here if we continue to see those areas of strong winds push in with that cell this afternoon. We've seen a few of them get strong from time to time, but for the most part, compared to the past couple of days, these storms have behaved a little bit better with some of those wind conditions staying somewhat weaker across central Ohio. South of that, though, there's a growing line of thunderstorms. None of this severe at the moment, but there's a line of storms that goes all the way from northern Fairfield County back down through Ross and Pike counties with some pretty strong storms in their own right. Not severe right now, but this is heading into a very warm, moisture-rich portion of central Ohio. Athens to MacArthur to Jackson. All of this region has been in the 90-plus range this afternoon with a lot of humidity. We've had feels like temperatures from Arthur toward Logan, Athens, MacArthur, Jackson, all in the triple digits this afternoon. So this is a very hot, humid region of central Ohio that these storms will be moving into. We'll sort of pinpoint that southern sector here with lightning strikes of about 103 in the last 10 minutes with that line of storms that goes again from Fairfield County all the way down through Pike County. Some of the strongest activity right now in Pike County near Piketon, picking up quite a bit of thunder and lightning, likely some small hail and some strong winds as well. This system, much like the rest of them, moving east-northeast at about 20 to 25 miles per hour. So we'll put a fairly big storm track on this portion of the cell, or more of a line, honestly, at this point, as it pushes off to the east. We'll track that leading edge, east-northeast, at about 20 to 25 miles per hour. This will be in Waverly pretty much now. Laurelville at 6:43, Germany 6:49, Apple at 6:54, Good Hope 7:03, Allensville at 7:19, and Logan by 7:25. So we'll be watching that portion of these storms as well to see if we do see any kind of intensification, strong wind threat, hail threat, or anything similar to that this evening as it pushes into that warmer environment that's just off to the east. Let's take a look inside these storms, see if we do see any hail potential with them this afternoon. We haven't seen too much in the way of hail reports across central Ohio these past couple of days, but we have seen at least that risk factor in the storms for some hail. Down toward Pike County, this would be like ½ inch or less potential. Up through Ross County, similar ½ inch or less. Looks like up toward Fairfield County, that threat for hail gets to be just a little bit stronger. Southern Fairfield County, southwest of Lancaster there. That's probably still not severe, but about 0.75 or less when it comes to the chance for hail and the size it would be. Same as you head out east of Lancaster there. Not quite severe hail, just a little bit less than that. Northeast side of Columbus, probably about 0.5 or smaller. That's now working its way outside the 270 loop. Same with a little cell back out toward Coshocton, about 0.5 or less. So not biggest hail producers here this afternoon. It's mostly going to be that heavy rain and wind threat. Similar thing that we've seen with most of these storms as we've worked our way through really the last week or so. It's been wind in the afternoon, mostly once these storms start to collapse, that we see that strong wind threat become a factor across the region. Not any lightning associated with this cell northeast side of Columbus. So again, that's a sign that we're not seeing a strengthening thunderstorm. This is still going through those weakening stages, though it's producing quite a downpour there in northeastern Franklin County. Again, we'll put a storm track on that cell, the strongest portion of it, and track it off to the northeast or east-northeast, about 25 miles per hour. So most of this storm will be heading into Licking County over the next hour. That'll be into Johnstown again here in the next 20 minutes or so. Alexandria at 7:01, Utica at 7:27, and Wilkins Run at 7:35. If we do see additional strengthening with that cell right now, not showing the case. These are the areas that would be seeing the heavier rain, the thunderstorms, activity, possibly some strong wind push its way toward you. But again, we will be watching, I would say probably areas further south of here for a stronger thunderstorm development in the coming hour or two. Again, possibly seeing additional severe thunderstorm warnings this afternoon. Definitely can't rule that out as we still have that same environment that we've seen for days now here in central Ohio, which is just a lot of heat, a lot of humidity, and the risk for these storms to develop and occasionally become severe. We'll push our way southwest to Zanesville there. Some lightning, some possibly gusty winds out there toward New Alexandria. Or New Lexington, I should say. Wouldn't really expect to see much in the way of severe weather potential right now unless it is related to some gusty wind. Not really seeing much hail potential, a little bit of lightning out there. The storm that's in Fairfield County, not showing the signs of too much wind right now, but definitely the signs of heavy rainfall, possibly some small hail. This will be increasing in potency into Lancaster here in the next 5-10 minutes, and then working its way eventually over toward Logan here in the next hour. Circleville, you guys are clear from this storm. It's pushed to your east now. Chillicothe dealing with kind of a mixed bag, a little bit in between the stronger portions of the cell. We'll track this one off to the east as well, moving about 20 miles per hour. We'll try to grab that leading edge of this storm as it pushes off east-northeast about 20 to 25 miles per hour into Laurelville by 6:43, Lancaster itself by 6:46, Thurston at 6:50, Burns 7:02, Somerset by 7:19, and Logan by 7:30 here tonight. So we will watch that line, see if we do see any additional warnings added to this system tonight. Wouldn't be surprised again to see that, but right now not severe, just a very heavy rainmaker as it pushes in. Speaking of the rain rate, let's take a look at that here on radar as well. Lots of bright colors here, and that's indications of heavy rain likely to leave behind some ponding on the sides of the roads. Those ditches, things that don't drain particularly quickly, are going to be the areas with the highest impact from this. Let's see if we can put a few numbers here on the map just to show what we're looking at in terms of rainfall rates with this system. I'll try to grab that heavy spot there near Lancaster. That's about 1.57 inches per hour. We'll go further north in Fairfield County there. That's 2.28 in that portion of the county. Down into Pickaway County, we'll grab a little spot down there too, 1.69. So really most of this between about 1.5 to 2.5 inches per hour, and it's not moving that fast, so it's going to leave behind those heavy rainfall amounts across central Ohio as these storms continue to push through. We'll go back to the radar picture here across the region and move our way further south as we track these storms tonight. Chillicothe down to Waverly, seeing heavy thunderstorm activity. Not the most organized thunderstorm, and that's been the case all week long. We're not seeing those big type of weather systems that let us get really bad severe weather, but enough heat and humidity that we get pretty much a afternoon regular occurrence of thunderstorms popping up across central Ohio, occasionally some of them being severe with wind having been the strongest threat basically all week long. Chillicothe, heavy rain, thunder and lightning. Waverly, Piketon, all dealing with thunder, lightning, heavy rain, maybe some small hail, and certainly gusty winds as these push through. We'll put a track on the furthest southern portion of this storm system as well. Watch this all the way down to southern Pike County. We'll take it off to east-northeast, again about 20 to 25 miles per hour. That'll be in Greg's at 6:43 here in the next couple of minutes. Really picking up for you guys. Apple at 6:49, Germany 6:55, Cedar Grove 7:12, Jackson at 7:32, and Altoona by 7:36. So again, this system not the fastest moving, going about a county width per hour when it comes to speed on this particular round of thunderstorms. Of course, the reason we're streaming right now is that risk for the severe thunderstorm further to the north. That was issued roughly about 6:15, 6:18 here tonight, covering portions of Franklin County over into into Delaware County and into Licking County. That cell continues to weaken right now, really over the past hour. Has weakened quite a bit. Let's put that in motion here. We'll loop it for a few seconds. This goes back to 4 o'clock. You can see that storm system push in, pick up the warning there. Really was strongest over southwestern portions of Franklin County. But again, as that storm sort of collapsed, as it loses strength, all of that wind comes back down to the surface, and it was enough to generate a severe thunderstorm warning here this evening. That'll go for the next couple of minutes here before it finally expires, and then we're basically just left the rest of the evening to see what we can see in terms of do we get any more thunderstorms across central Ohio. I think the answer to that is obviously yes, but do we get any more strong thunderstorms across central Ohio? The answer to that one is more of a maybe. I think we certainly could see additional strong storms. It just depends on how they develop between now and sundown tonight. We do still have plenty of heat and humidity ahead of that line of thunderstorms. We were about 92 in Columbus before we saw the storms move in. That temperature pushed down now to 76 as those heavier storms pushed in. Behind this system, the temperatures come back up pretty quickly. Bellefontaine still at 91. London also back up into the 90s. Ahead of that storm to the south, we're seeing some pretty warm air. New Lexington 92, Logan 92, Jackson close to 90. MacArthur, some of that wind has made it to you. Push the temperatures down now to 80 degrees, 75 in McConnellsville, also out there in front of some storms from earlier. So we'll keep a close eye on these temperatures because, again, that helps to fuel the storms this afternoon. And, of course, the dew points, the other factor that has really helped to fuel storms out there. Dew point of 80 in Chillicothe, 73 Logan, 75 MacArthur, 79 New Lexington. This is all very, very humid air, very humid for this time of the year, and certainly helps us generate those afternoon storms, and we've seen that pattern again just kind of repeat itself day after day as we've headed through this week. Back to the radar out there, still that one thunderstorm warning in place for Franklin County, should be expiring here in really about the next minute and a half. As soon as that warning goes away, we'll step away from the coverage here on 10 TV Plus, but we'll continue to monitor the storms. We're going to keep you informed throughout the evening on 10 TV Plus and our 24/7 streaming radar channel. If you haven't checked that out yet, that's on our 10 TV Plus app and 10tv.com. You'll be able to see forecast conditions from around central Ohio, the current weather, and the current radar view from us here at 10 TV. Anytime you want to check that out, that's free for you to watch on the 10 TV Plus channel. And then, of course, anytime we do streaming coverage like this, in addition to our normal newscast, you can find it on our 10 TV Plus channel, as well as our 10 TV YouTube page and Facebook page, where we'll keep you up to date anytime severe weather threatens central Ohio. So as we come up on 6:45, that warning again should be going away, but we'll keep a close eye on the storms that generated it, and of course all those storms further to the south. We'll kind of recap through things here as we expect that warning to expire again very shortly, and then show you what we're expecting for the rest of tonight as well. So we'll stay here at this view. That warning I expect to go away probably in the next 10 seconds or so, as what spawned the initial warning has really weakened pretty rapidly and continues to show that weakening trend as it pushes into Licking County. Still producing some heavy rain northeast side over to Licking County, Pataskala, and to the south. That warning again there is expired, so no longer seeing that severe threat from that storm, but heavy rain and occasional lightning will continue. We push to the south a little bit down into Fairfield County. Heavy rain, lightning approaching, well, really in Lancaster right now, with more back to your south and west. This will be pushing across the county here in the next little bit, so expect to see active weather for you guys in your Friday night plans as we travel down toward Ross County. Additional heavy areas of thunder and lightning. Chillicothe, you guys are still dealing with that right now, but should start to wrap up here shortly. Down toward Waverly and Piketon, also dealing with a lot of lightning, heavy rain, and that thunderstorm activity right now, but nothing on the severe side, at least for the moment. All across central Ohio for now, severe thunderstorms have expired in terms of the warnings. Again, up toward Cambridge, back through Zanesville, down through Pike County, though, lots of thunderstorms still to be had on radar, so make sure you keep it right here on 10 TV Plus throughout tonight. You'll get that latest weather information, and we'll rejoin you anytime those severe thunderstorm warnings become effective. But for now, I'm 10 Weather Impact meteorologist Michael Behrens. We'll end this portion of our broadcast and be back as soon as necessary. Hey there, Central Ohio. I'm 10 Weather Impact meteorologist Michael Behrens. We're continuing to watch strong thunderstorms making their way through Central Ohio this evening, and now another severe thunderstorm warning in place as these storms continue to fire up and eventually collapse. But that collapsing storm results in quite a bit of wind coming out of these systems, and enough so to prompt severe thunderstorm warnings. This one in Licking County. This is going to go until about 7:45 tonight for a thunderstorm moving east at about 20 miles per hour. So again, much like all of the storms we've seen across Central Ohio this week and into tonight, these are not the fastest moving thunderstorms, but moving fast enough to create those winds out ahead of them that get to severe levels, at least for a period of time. Again, this right now out in Licking County, this is coming into Newark. You're likely seeing a very quick increase in wind speeds across the region. Same areas south of St. Louisville, Granville, pretty much out of the way of this storm by this point. Buckeye Lake under the storm at the moment. You'll see those conditions improving in about the next 20 minutes here as that storm eventually works its way off toward the east. Across Central Ohio, we've been watching this line of storms. We were saying we were going to be surprised if we get through the rest of the evening without some kind of severe thunderstorm warning or weather alert in the region, and that's come true. There's another storm out toward Coshocton County. Most of this has pushed off into Tuscarawas County. It's along the I-77 corridor right now where there is another severe thunderstorm warning in place. But again, this has not been the strongest type of storms this evening. It's really just those strong gusty winds as storms start to collapse that causes those problems. Down toward Cambridge, Zanesville, Muskingum County also dealing with some thunderstorm activity right now. Not the strongest storms, but enough to generate some heavy wind and some lightning at this time. And then we see the entire rest of this line of storms that goes all the way from the severe warning in Licking County down into Pike and Ross counties with quite a bit of heavy rainfall and some lightning at this hour as well. So we're going to continue to watch those as these warnings continue to be in place here this afternoon and into this evening, and of course come here on 10 TV Plus anytime we do have those severe storms in place. So I want to go ahead and zoom in close to that severe thunderstorm warning that is in Licking County again. This will go for about the next half hour if we see that warning continue for this particular thunderstorm. In terms of what we're watching here, again, it's that wind threat mostly on the leading edge of the storm. That's where we'll go ahead and we'll put a storm track on at this time as well. We'll track from just north of Newark there near the St. Louisville area, and we'll track it off toward the east-northeast, again about 20-25 miles per hour as that storm pushes through. This will be in Johnstown by 7:12, into Hickman by 7:23, Black Run at 7:40, Frazeysburg at 7:46, off toward Dresden 8:02, and Drake by 8:09. So we're going to continue to watch this storm as it pushes off to the east. Of course, if it strengthens, we'll continue to cover it here, and if it see any additional warnings, we'll break in for those as well on our 10 TV Plus channel. When it comes to the area just in front of the system, Zanesville, Muskingum County, they're picking up a little bit of activity at this hour as well. That could help to weaken the storms that are further back to the west, because these two systems are going to kind of fight with each other. And while we have that stronger area behind it, we fire up some storms in front of it that could help to get some of the energy out of the atmosphere ahead of time and help to weaken these storms as they push to the east. We'll keep an eye on lightning count, of course, with these storms too. That's been an indicator all week as to how strong any one particular storm is. What we're seeing in Licking County right now, probably close to about, I would say, 20 strikes in the last 10 minutes or so. That count you see on your screen covers everything that the radar can see in this view. Let me see if I can get an exact number for lightning strikes inside that particular warned area of the storm, down to about Buckeye Lake. Looks like we have pretty much right on target there, about 21 strikes in the last 10 minutes or so. one of those being something called a positive strike. Positive strike, actually the stronger of the lightning strikes. That's ones that reach out further away from the storm. So you ever hear people talk about a lightning bolt came out of nowhere? That's those kind of strikes. So of course, hard to predict those, but something that we can see from time to time. North of Newark, seeing the heaviest portion of the cell. Rainfall rates in here probably close to about that 1.5 inch, 2 inch per hour rate, along with that heavy strong wind out in front of this storm, and maybe some hail potential in there as well. So let's go and take a look inside the storm. We'll see if we can see much threat for hail out there in Licking County. Maybe a little bit. Not the main factor with this storm. Really hasn't been the main factor with any of the storms that we've seen across the region. Hailstones probably about 0.5 to 0.75 diameter, not severe. We're talking like pea size to maybe penny size hail. So we'll be watching that tonight as well. Haven't seen too much of that come together across the entire storm itself. Pea size hail, a possibility that could continue with these storms here tonight. Let's go back to the regular radar and lightning view here, and then we'll move our way down out of Licking County down to some of the other areas seeing the strong storms here this evening. Again, Licking County area inside that orange box there under a severe thunderstorm warning. That'll go until 7:45 tonight, so that would be about a half hour from now, but we'll see if that lasts that entire time as these storms continue to go through strengthening and weakening phases. These warnings don't always last the entire time that they are initially issued for. Further to the south, Buckeye Lake down through Fairfield County, heading toward New Lexington is another portion of some strong rain activity, some thunderstorm activity, likely some gusty winds. I would say at least 40-45 mile per hour gust ahead of that storm. But the good news of this, it'll be going into some worked over air, that air being consumed by a storm that's out toward Muskingum County right now. So we'll watch that one and see what that does to the storms behind it. The more development we get, there's only so much energy out there to go around between these storms. So if this cools things off ahead, it'll likely help to weaken what comes behind it. But nonetheless, we'll track this line as well as we work our way through the next hour or so as that storm pushes off toward the east. We'll start up there just east of Buckeye Lake, kind of grab the leading edge of that storm, take it off to the east about 20-25 miles per hour. That'll be in Somerset by 7:17 here this evening, over into Junction City by 7:25, Maxville at 7:32, New Lexington 7:37, Pike at 7:39, and into Carrington at 7:56, over to Philo by 8:09. So again, not the fastest moving storm. If you were watching our coverage earlier tonight, these storms move about a county width per hour. So again, they'll be kind of dropping more heavy rain than anything else. Again, possibly gusty winds, especially as these storms start to weaken and then eventually collapse as we head into the evening. From there, let's move a little bit further to the south, again tracking what is still a strong line of storms, even if it's not producing too much severe weather. We get down toward Logan and MacArthur. That's where some of the heaviest rain and the most active lightning portion of the storm is right now. That's working its way to the east. If you're traveling down US 33 through Logan, you'll likely see this big towering thunderstorm on the horizon, and again pushing its way through that region right now. So we'll keep a close eye on this one as well. Nothing has been severe. I do want to take a peek inside that storm and see if we do see any hail potential in there. We'll kind of keep the radar on here and we'll draw what we call a scope to see if we can see inside that particular thunderstorm right now as well. Hail potential out there. Yeah, certainly seeing some. Southwest of Logan there, where we have pretty good potential for hail there southwest in the county. I would say that's probably closing in on about an inch diameter hailstone. So that could be our next severe thunderstorm if we see this continue. We've got a lot of lightning associated with this cell, some very heavy radar returns when it comes to rainfall, and again, that possibility for hail there. Let's take a look and see if we can point out how much lightning is with just this stronger portion of the cell as it exits Pickaway County. It moves off to the east. 46 strikes in the last 10 minutes. So that's a pretty good number. That's closing in about where we've seen most of our thunderstorms turn severe this past week. Once we get to about 50, 60 strikes in a 10-minute period. That's kind of been about the level of activity we've seen these storms turn severe. And so this is certainly something that could see a warning come out in the next 20, 30 minutes here as it pushes its way off toward Logan and eventually toward Murray City. So let's put a track on this portion of the cell as well, so we can show where this is going to go. That's pushing off toward the east as well at about 20-25 miles per hour, as have most of these storms here this evening. That's going to be pushed. Whoop, I almost pulled that a little too far. That's going to be pushing its way into Cedar Grove here by 7:21, Logan itself by 7:31, MacArthur at 7:45, Straitsville 7:53, into Nelsonville by 8:06. So we'll keep a close eye on that storm. Again, moving through portions of Hocking and Benton County as we head into the rest of this afternoon and see if we do see that severe thunderstorm warning there. Again, that portion that's probably the strongest is that hail potential down in southwestern portions of Hocking County. I want to switch back to the hail view here with this storm. Still, I would say close to about 0.75 to 1 inch. This is a little bit weaker than what we saw even 5 minutes ago, so not quite as strong, but again, still likely to be close to, if not in that severe category. So let's track the hail area and see where that portion is likely to go in the next next hour as it pushes off toward the east. This would be in South Bloomingville by really next 5 minutes. Could see some hail in your area. Cedar Grove by 7:35, Blackjack at 7:43, into Union Furnace by 8:01, and Carbondale by 8:11. That's, of course, if this maintains its strength and continues to produce that threat for hail. That would not be too surprising to see, but again, these storms typically go through a pattern of weakening and strengthening, and we've seen it start to weaken at least a little bit. So whether or not it holds together by the time it moves, say, 15, 20 miles down the road remains to be seen. I'm going to load a different hail product here. We'll wait for that data to come in, see if we do pick up any of those stronger signs of the hail. Looks to be on a weaker side, where you see those sort of whitish gray colors. That's probably about 0.5 to 0.75. So again, not quite to that 1 inch mark, but not far from it. So we'll have to continue to watch that particular portion of the storm as well as we continue our coverage here on 10 TV Plus this evening. Let's go ahead and move our way further down the road again, down toward Ross Pike County is really done, except for those eastern portions of Ross County where there's a lot of heavy rain, a lot of lightning. None of this has been particularly severe, but some gusty winds, some heavy rain, maybe some pea-sized hail or smaller in portions of Benton County and into Ross County, and not the strongest thunderstorms. It's been the case all week long, but we'll continue to watch that as well. As we push down to the south, Pike County really wrapped up with the strong thunderstorms at the moment. Over toward Waverly, though, you do have some lightning activity still in your region. Northeastern Pike County, also some lightning in the past 10 minutes, but the heavy rain has moved its way off to the east. That's now into portions of Jackson County, where we're seeing Jackson there really to the northwest, with some lightning, thunder, and heavy rain ongoing as well. New severe thunderstorm warning coming into us here at the 10 TV Weather Center. So let's go ahead and check where that warning is. And no surprise, that is over in Hocking County. What were we just talking about for the past 5 minutes? This would likely be our next severe thunderstorm warning, and it turns out that it's correct. Severe thunderstorm warning, Hocking County. This goes till 8 o'clock tonight, so this will go for about the next 40 minutes here as we see those winds possibly up to 60 miles per hour and that hail about 0.75 or less. So again, this is the storm we were watching. This is the one we were kind of pinpointing that hail potential on, and literally just said this could be our next severe thunderstorm warning, and it is. So we will continue to monitor these storms as we head through this evening, and of course keep you up to date on any storms that come across the region. I'm going to remove to reset the radar here so we can see those two warnings that we have in place now across central Ohio. Severe thunderstorm warnings in both Licking County That one goes for about another 20 minutes or so. That goes till 7:45 here this evening. And then that new severe thunderstorm warning down in Hocking County associated with that area of hail we were talking about, and then likely to see some wind in there as well. What we've seen with most of our storms here across the region this afternoon in the past several days has been wind and hail, our two biggest threats. Hail typically seems to come first, and then as that goes away, we transition to a wind threat, which is really follows along with most of the storms today. We build the thunderstorm up. It generates a lot of wind going up. That creates some hail, but we don't have the most supportive environment to continue that type of storm in. So then it starts to weaken. It starts to fall apart as that air drops back out of the storm. It spreads out, creates possibly some damaging wind potential with winds that could go up to 60 miles per hour. We've seen that here repeated many times over the past several days in central Ohio. I want to take a look back into Licking County. It's been a moment since we've checked in on that severe thunderstorm, so let's head back that way. Most of this activity pushing slowly to the east. We've seen a couple areas peeled off the back end of this warning. So southern portions of the county, for the most part, along I-70, no longer in the warning. Part of US 40 still under that warning out there. And then Newark, you guys are mostly wrapping up. St. Louisville, looks like we've seen a little bit of intensification of the rain for you guys, maybe some hail in that area as well, but again, not likely to be severe. And the lightning count is going down. So that's all indicative of a weakening thunderstorm, which is going through that same phase we've been talking about all evening, where it starts to collapse and the wind starts to spread out. And then we see those gusty winds, possibly severe winds, ahead of these storms. As far as what we're looking at right now, again, that warning till 7:45 covers the eastern portions of Licking County there from Newark off to the north and east. The storm moving about 20-25 miles per hour. So I'm going to move the map here just a little bit, and we'll put a storm track on the leading edge of this storm and where it'll be going as it continues to push off toward the east, slightly to the northeast. This will be heading mostly into Muskingum County over the next little bit. This will be into Hickman by 7:26, into Perryton by 7:41, the Wakatomika area by 8:04, and into Dresden by 8:09, Virginia by 8:19, North Zanesville 8:14 there with that particular storm. I'm going to grab a little bit of information here about that severe thunderstorm warning down in Hocking County. That one moving east at 20 miles per hour. So again, most of these storms have continued to move to the east at about 20 miles per hour through the afternoon. And pattern really continues as we see these growing and weakening portions of the storms moving through. Let's move on to the south and the east just a little bit. We'll head out front of the storm down to southern Muskingum County and down toward McConnellsville. This is where we're seeing some growing thunderstorms right now. Lightning has been increasing with this thunderstorm. We haven't really seen much severe weather in the building phase of the thunderstorms over the past several days. This has been more of the weaker portion of the thunderstorm, not that it's a weak storm per se. It is producing plenty of lightning out there. It is producing plenty of heavy rain, possibly some small hail. All of those things to be dealt with as these storms push through tonight. We'll track the heaviest portion of this storm as that moves off toward the north and east as well. Likely to be a spot where we could see a little bit of hail. That's mostly near Blue Rock right now. This will be pushing close to about 20 miles per hour east-northeast into Stone by 7:29. That's about 3 minutes from now. High Hill by 7:54. Coal Hill at 7:59, and into Cumberland by 8:11. Bell Valley by 8:25. So if this continues to strengthen, it will likely enter a weakening phase at some point over the next hour. If it does, we could see that same pattern repeat where we see that wind drop out of the storm, possibly creating some of those severe conditions across the region as well. If you guys see me checking my watch here, actually, we're not watching the time. Fun fact, we actually get some of those text alerts sent directly to our phones here, and then I can see those on my watch. So if we get any updates from the National Weather Service, I can get those kind of in real time from my wrist. So don't think I'm looking at the time to watch it. I can see that here, or down there or over there behind the camera. We got times everywhere in the studio, but we're just keeping up to date on those weather conditions. Let's head back closer to Hocking County, where again we have that severe thunderstorm warning in place. Over toward New Lexington, Somerset, Glenford, coming out of Rushville. We're not seeing any severe weather at the moment. Not a lot of lightning. These storms also kind of going through that weakening phase at the moment, but not generating enough wind to see severe thunderstorm warnings for you guys, at least right now. We'll push down toward Hocking County. This thunderstorm as well, still doing quite a bit of activity here. This one might actually be going back into more of a strengthening phase at the moment. Lightning count still very impressive here in the last 10 minutes. Of course, this is going to include a few strikes that are not in Hocking County. You can see those back toward Ross County, but that's not very many. Most of these strikes in western portions of Hocking County. So I would say 100 strikes or more in the past 10 minutes with this storm. So that's still a pretty strong thunderstorm. That's going to be pushing its way closer and closer toward Logan here over the next 10 to 20 minutes. Let's track the leading edge of that thunderstorm as well. We'll kind of ignore this little part here between Logan and Good Hope. This has some heavy rain associated with it, but I think really the part of the warning that we're more concerned with is that one in southern portions of Hocking County. Again, moving east about 20 miles per hour. That's going to be into Blackjack here in the next 4 minutes. It'll be into Enterprise at 7:37, Ewing by 7:42, Logan itself at 7:47, and into Nelsonville at 8:16 here tonight. So again, this is producing those strong winds, some heavy rain, some hail potential out there as well as these storms continue to move toward the east fairly slowly, producing wind and that potential for hail, especially heavy rain too. So let's look at some of those storm factors out here with this particular thunderstorm. We'll go into the hail mode again across the region, still showing one of the better signs of hail that we've seen here over the past few days. This is going to be from Laurel to the south in Hocking County. I would probably pin this area close to that 0.5, 0.75. We saw some much brighter returns earlier, and speaking of which, there it goes. Those brighter returns are when we see those better chances for hail across the region. Those hail conditions south of Laurel, probably closer to 0.75 right now with that uptick in activity. We're just talking about this storm could be going into a strengthening phase, and lightning kind of being a good way to show that. And more lightning, more strong storm, more strong the storm, the bigger the hail that we could get. And south of Laurel there, definitely showing better chances for hail as we see the storm continue to form. We'll track that area of highest hail concentration off to the east at about 20 miles per hour. Blackjack there, be ready for hail in your area. This is going to hit you about 7:40 as you head toward Ewing, 7:50 over to East Clayton at 8:13 and Nelsonville by 8:19. Of course, the further out we get, it's a little bit harder to pinpoint where the hail core could go. Kind of tends to wobble a little bit north and south in these unorganized storms. We're not always seeing them form and maintain themselves in a real consistent fashion, so they have a little tendency to wobble. So we'll watch that pretty carefully here. Logan, just because you're not included in this particular storm track, if this wobbles a little bit further north, I would expect it to be in your area probably between about 7:50 and 8 o'clock, where that hail threat could go up a little bit for you guys in Logan as well. I want to take a peek inside the thunderstorm when it comes to the wind potential out there. This is that view if we're tracking tornadic storms that you guys will see pretty commonly on air, but for what it's actually showing us is not just the potential for tornadoes. It's showing us how the winds are moving inside the storm. And the brighter wind that we see out there, the brighter the color we see out there, the stronger the winds are. And right now, seeing some fairly bright colors down there in southern portions of Hocking County near the Benton County border. So this would be likely some of those near 60-mile-per-hour winds coming out from that thunderstorm. Remember, back a little bit further to the west is the hail portion of the thunderstorm. So again, that's lining up pretty coherently. We have the hail, the updraft over here. We get those winds coming back down, pushes out ahead of the storm, and that's where we get some of those strong winds. Southern portions of Hocking County, likely to see that here tonight. Let's go back into the radar view of this storm, and we'll see where if that warning has changed much. We'll take the lightning off for now. Not much change in this particular thunderstorm at the moment, or in this particular warning. Western portions of Hocking County might have been scaled back just slightly as that storm exits your region. But again, heaviest portion of the cell, really this southern portion south of Laurel. That's where I would expect the most impacts from potential hail, possibly some strong damaging wind as well. I want to switch to just a single radar. That way we can kind of get a better picture of where exactly the borders or the boundaries of this storm are. It doesn't change too much compared to the composite view, but again, getting into Logan right now, getting down toward really Laurel, kind of done with this storm. Let's track the leading edge of this severe thunderstorm warning right now, see where that is going to go. Again, Logan, probably a little bit too far north for the strongest portion of the cell, but you're certainly going to see an increase in rain, maybe some small hail, certainly lightning as we go through the next 10 minutes here. This storm into Logan by 7:39, East Clayton by 8:01, Nelsonville 8:07, Murray City 8:15, Hollister at 8:23, Trimble at 8:29. As this storm pushes its way slowly to the east-northeast here this evening, we'll be continuing to watch it here on our 10 TV Plus streaming channel. As far as the rest of central Ohio, let's sort of, I'll reset the map here. Back out to the big view. Good news for you guys up in Licking County, as we were kind of expecting to see there. That warning has been canceled early. No warning remaining in Licking County right now, as that cell has continued to weaken. And really, there's kind of a weakening trend that's going on all for the areas north of Hocking County. If you remember earlier in our coverage here, we were talking about what is forming out ahead of this line of storms. You can see now from Tuscarawas County all the way back down just north of Athens County, where we have a new line of thunderstorms forming. That's stealing the energy from what's further behind it, and because of that, this line has weakened. So the further back storm line there, not as strong as it previously was, as this new area has developed over Muskingum County. It's going to be pushing into Guernsey County here in the next little bit, gathering some of its strength. Right now, neither one of them actually that strong, because they're fighting for those resources out there. Eventually, I believe the leading one will win out. So I would expect in the next hour this leading edge here to become the stronger of the two storms. That means areas back between them, so back out toward Zanesville, kind of down to New Lexington, though you are getting dumped on right now. We'll see weaker storm activity out in Licking County. Already seeing that weakening storm, though northeast of Newark, still heavy rain, still some lightning with that storm, but not longer a severe thunderstorm. So we'll watch that as we continue through the next hour. I'll track the leading edge system here, because again, that's the one that I think now is probably going to become the stronger of the two, the one that we'll be watching more intently as we head through the next hour and into this evening. That starts out north, close to Cambridge, stretches down toward McConnellsville. We'll put similar speed to this as all of our cells this evening, close to 20 miles per hour. Off to the east, that'll be into Westland there by 7:39, Castle by 7:44, Malta 7:52, McConnellsville itself 7:56, into Buffalo at 8:08, Senecaville 8:15, and Fredericksdale by 8:29. I'm going to grab a quick drink here real quick, and then we'll continue our storm coverage here on our streaming channel. As far as severe potential, so far, this particular part of the storm hasn't been severe, but that's not to say that it won't turn severe over the next hour. Certainly could do so. We saw that play out in Hocking County. We were watching that storm before it ever had turned severe, and then when that warning came out, we weren't surprised by it because we knew that storm could see that strengthening pattern. Speaking of which, let's head back down to Hocking County because that is our lone severe thunderstorm warning right now. Covers the city of Logan, covers Laurel, covers most of Hocking County. Still quite a bit of lightning activity in here, but I would say compared to when the warning came out, this storm not quite as organized right now. It's been kind of filtering between strengthening and weakening phases, and that continues to be the case right now. I want to get a picture of just how much lightning that we have inside that cell, because I think we've gone down in the last couple minutes here. We'll cover Hocking County there for the most part. Not by a lot. We're still seeing quite a number of strikes. That's up to about 105 in the last 10 minutes or so. So this is not particularly that much less lightning than what we saw before, but it also, just to me, it doesn't look quite as organized anymore. I want to get rid of the lightning strikes here and just see what we're looking at over Hocking County. And I would continue to keep that assessment. I don't think it's quite as organized as it was before, but that doesn't necessarily mean that we're done with the threat for severe conditions out there. Because what we've seen here tonight, once storms exit that growing organization phase, they enter that sort of weakening, collapsing phase. And that's the one that generates these strong thunderstorm winds, those winds up to 60 miles per hour. And we could still be seeing those across portions of Logan County. This particular storm cell now all contained inside that warning. The eastern portions of Hocking County haven't seen much activity for you guys, but you are still probably getting some gusty, strong winds as that storm pushes closer to you. We'll track the leading edge now of this thunderstorm. The activity has picked up really in Logan at the moment, so it's likely to see quite a bit of rainfall coming down for you guys, strong winds, maybe some small hail. This thunderstorm now pushing off toward the east. It will be into the New Plymouth area by 7:44. Candytown, great name there, by 7:56. Nelsonville, 7:59. Murray City, 8:06. Doneville at 8:12, and Jacksonville by 8:21 off Chauncey by 8:27. So we will have to keep a close eye again to see if this maintains any of those severe characteristics and whether or not we see that continue here tonight. Let's take a picture inside at the hail threat with this storm, because that's the other thing we've been watching, and yeah, kind of fits what we were describing earlier. It's going back to that weakening phase. Remember when we were talking about the stronger storm formation there, we had those bright pinks there in Hocking County. When we looked at the hail, that's when it probably got close to about 1 inch in diameter. Now this is only showing yellow, yellow-orange. That's back under 0.75, probably closer to 0.5 to penny size hail. So nothing, but not severe hail anymore, at least for the moment. But of course, as these storms continue to cycle, there's nothing in front of it yet. So we could see another strengthening phase as this pushes off to the east. If we do, we'll likely pick up the lightning count again. We'll pick up the hail potential again. And of course, the heavy rain that continues across the region. Northeast of Hocking County, they're heading toward McConnellsville. That new leading edge there that we were watching, saying that that's probably our next one that strengthens. Seeing that come together now, we're picking up more hail west of McConnellsville. Again, this isn't the severe potential there either, but this is a sign that we are probably entering a strengthening phase there. We'll pick up some additional lightning, some heavy rain, some strong winds as that storm continues to push off to the east. Let's track both of those areas of hail potential right now. We'll start first with that one in Hocking County. That's moving off to the east at about 20 miles per hour. Again, in Blackjack now, in Ewing as we head through 750 into Union Furnace 803, East Clayton 816, Nelsonville 822, toward Murray City by 834. So we'll continue to keep an eye on that hail core, see if we do see additional strengthening or weakening as new data continues to come into us here at 10 TV. Also track that newer hail core up to the west of McConnellsville. We'll drag this off similar speed. We'll pin it about 20 miles per hour. That'll be in Alabama Hill in the next 5 minutes. It'll be into Pottersville by 7:51. Morganville 8:03. McConnellsville 8:19. Over toward Hooksburg by 8:32 and Meigsville by 8:36. So we'll also continue to keep an eye on that storm and see if that strengthens or weakens as we head through the next hour. Let's take a peek back into the storm at that wind potential, because that's part of what we got that warning initially issued for. The further we get away from the radar, the less reliable this particular data becomes for seeing how strong winds are, because we're looking higher into the storm, the further away from the radar that we get. Still though, south of Logan, probably seeing some of those stronger winds mixed down to the surface. I would say 40 to 60 mile per hour. Not all of the winds with these storms are going to be to that severe level, to that 60 mile per hour point, but it's enough that we'll be monitoring these storms this afternoon. This, if it stays strong, would cross over into Athens County, eventually over toward US 33, and probably be about the next 20 to 30 minutes as that storm pushes off to the east. And then again in Logan itself, likely dealing with gusty winds, heavy rain, maybe some hail as the storm continues to push off. Let's switch back to the lightning view there. That's too much of the view there. We'll put that into place here. Here's the good news. I think the storm continuing to weaken, at least for now. That doesn't necessarily mean, again, that we won't see the wind threat come as that storm sort of peters itself out. But why I think this is weakening, because look at where the heaviest returns are. That's now separated itself from the lightning strikes. Keep in mind the lightning that you see here on our radar, that's a 10-minute running total of lightning strikes. So once the storm itself has pushed ahead of those lightning strikes, that means that we're no longer actively seeing increasing amounts of lightning. Most of it was further back toward the west. So this is continuing to weaken. They've updated that warning now. They've sort of sliced off that western portion of Hocking County. So places back toward Laurel, no longer under the severe thunderstorm warning, but Logan still remains under that severe thunderstorm warning right now. This will officially go for about another 15 minutes here, unless they cancel it early. That one up in Licking County was canceled before its expiration time, which would have been right now at 7:45. So we'll see if they do the same with this one. But for the moment, as it continues to sort of cycle between those strengthening and weakening phases, I'm not so sure they'll cancel it. They'll probably want to cover this storm in case we do get back into stronger territory. Speaking of stronger territory, northeast of Logan, seeing a little bit of increased lightning. Whenever they take this ball form on your screen, those are new lightning strikes that have just came in. They'll slowly fade out as time goes on. And then again, off toward McConnellsville, remember that storm we were just talking about? We said that was probably going to be the one that would enter that strengthening phase, and that looks to be doing so. So let's move our radar back up toward that portion of the cell. This is going to be up toward McConnellsville, Morgan County. We'll continue to keep an eye on, of course, that severe thunderstorm warning in Hocking County, but that's not particularly overly concerning right now. It's mostly going to be in a weakening phase as we continue our coverage here tonight. McConnellsville, going to see some pretty dark clouds to your west on the horizon as this storm continues to push its way toward you. This is going into that strengthening phase right now. We're picking up quite a bit of lightning there to the southeast of New Lexington, so we'll keep a close eye on that as it pushes off to the east. I want to track the stronger portion of that cell right now as it continues to build. This would be exiting toward Morgan County over the next 10 minutes or so. That'll be into Portersville at 7:56, Morganville 8:08, Joetown at 8:11, Rokeby Lock, I think I said that correctly, bad if I did not, by 8:18, McConnellsville 8:23, Nelliesville at 8:35, Mill Grove 8:45. So this is going to be pushing its way into Morgan County over the next hour or so. If it continues to strengthen, which it very well could, we could see additional warnings out ahead of this portion of the line. Wouldn't be too surprised if we see that here tonight. Let's continue our route up the road as we cover these storms pushing their way through the eastern portion of the 10 TV viewing area on up toward Guernsey County. Seeing some additional development here. There's likely some heavy rain out along I-70 there in Guernsey County, so watch out for that. This will probably slow people down quite a bit as this pushes through. Maybe some small hail in there as well along US 40, so keep an eye out for that. Northern Guernsey County toward Tuscarawas County. A little bit of lightning, a little bit of heavy rain, maybe some small hail, and then we continue to see what remains of that severe thunderstorm causing cell in Licking County. That's exiting into Coshocton County. Seeing a little bit of strengthening there. Well, it just kind of backed its way back down. Still probably not going to see too much change from that cell. That was initially a severe thunderstorm, really weakened, really petered out. May build back up from time to time, but again, do we see it strengthen much more than that? Hard to say. I would say probably not, but it's something we'll watch as that pushes its way toward Coshocton here over the next 30 to 40 minutes by the time it makes it toward you guys. So we'll watch that carefully. Move our way back down to the south, check in on Hocking County, see if they are still under that severe thunderstorm warning. Right now, they are still under that warning inside that orange box there. Winds could get as high as 60 miles per hour. Hail could go probably not too severe level. I would say probably below severe levels, about 0.5 to 0.75 inches in diameter. Overall, still very much in the weakening phases. The lightning inside Hocking County on its own, just about 15 minutes ago, those numbers were well over 100. Now the view that you see, everything on your radar map, only 107 strikes, and most of those strikes in Hocking County about to drop off the board as those are older lightning strikes, no longer with the heart of the storm as that pushes its way off to the east. Take our way back up toward west of McConnellsville though. This is now kind of the central point for more recent lightning strikes, and we're seeing that stronger development head into Morgan County, so we will keep a close eye on that portion of the storm. I think if we do see anything gain a new severe thunderstorm warning here in the next hour or so, it would probably be in McConnellsville right now. What's heading toward Athens County, this is really kind of weakened over the past 10 minutes or so. I'm not seeing too much threatened there for continued severe thunderstorm warning, but we'll watch that carefully here. The hail threat in Logan County or in Hocking County is now pretty much gone. Maybe some pea-sized hail in Logan to the northeast of Logan, but overall not that strong. What we're seeing up toward the west of McConnellsville, while still the stronger potential for hail, hasn't really strengthened much. If anything, it's kind of weakened a little bit, but has been the case this evening as those strong thunderstorms start to weaken. All of that air drops out of the thunderstorm, and then we see those strong winds develop, and wind has really been the bigger factor when it comes to storms across central Ohio tonight. I will track that area of hail. If you guys are just joining us, we've been talking about this one here. That'll push off to the east at about 20 miles per hour. That'll be into Portersville at 7:53, into Tridelphia, there we go, I'll figure that word out, 8:05, Joetown at 8:10, McConnellsville at 8:21, Neelysville at 8:34, into Beckett by 8:47, and Center Bend at 8:50. So we'll watch that, see if it continues to strengthen, and see the overall impact if we get that hail potential out there tonight. Let's take a bit of a broader picture here across the region. We'll show our severe weather risk for today. We'll go bigger view than that. You can't really see much this close. We're in that level 1 out of 5 risk for severe weather across central Ohio. This is mostly for the wind, which is what we've seen over the past really few days. All of our severe weather has been related to those gusty winds that occasionally come from these storms. We remain under that risk factor here tonight. Possibly some hail from time to time, certainly some heavy rain. But the good news is we haven't really had any tornadic weather all week long, and that remains the case tonight and into this weekend. We're not expecting that to change. So these storms, they got a lot of bark, they produce a lot of rain, but they don't produce that really nasty severe weather. There was a better risk for severe weather off to our north and west. Let's switch to the radar view here again. We do have some additional development back out toward I-75. This is pretty isolated right now, though it is picking up some lightning. So we'll see if that turns into much over the next hour or so. But we're getting closer to sunset. The temperatures out there not as high as they were. These guys aren't going to have much time to develop, and likely as a result won't get all that strong. What we have here in our eastern counties, though, this is probably going to be the main thing we're watching for the next hour or two as we head through tonight to see how strong those storms get, how long they can persist at that strength, and if they stay severe or not here tonight. We do still have that warning in Hocking County. That'll go for about the next 6 minutes or so. Expected to expire at 8 o'clock. I think about this point, when we get this close to the end of the warnings, they don't necessarily cancel them early. Sometimes they do, but that's probably going to stay in place for the next few minutes here. So we'll stay with our coverage till about 8 o'clock. Then we'll get back to the standard 10 TV Plus programming as we head into tonight. And of course, we'll be here all night long to watch any of these storms. If they do become severe, you can always count on us to have coverage on 10 TV Plus, the 10 TV YouTube channel, and the 10 TV Facebook page if you're watching us there. You can also watch us on the 10 TV mobile app that's available on your iPhone, Android devices. The 10 Plus app, TV app available for you, Roku, smart TVs, Apple TV, Amazon Fire, all that sort of fun stuff, how you can watch us here on the Plus channel if you're not watching us on one of our other streaming platforms. So again, we'll cover these storms anytime they're severe here tonight. We'll keep you up to date with the latest warning coverage. We provide continuous coverage here as much as we can because we know people are always concerned at least a little bit when those stormy conditions come through, and we want to be able to keep people informed as these storms push through. So let's go ahead and zoom back down to where we have our most active weather, which is in our eastern counties here tonight. We see those storms from Guernsey County, Tuscarawas, all the way back down through Morgan County, down to Logan, and south over toward, well, now getting close to Athens County, coming out of Benton County. So we'll watch that complex carefully as we head through the next hour or so. Of course, if any severe weather develops ahead of that, I think the best chance right now for a new severe thunderstorm warning, if we see one, is likely to be over toward Morgan County, south of Muskingum there. So we'll watch that area carefully. This has kind of been the new strengthening portion of this storm system with what remains down in Hocking County really weakening here over the past few storms. This has got our past few scans. This has gotten much less organized. The lightning count is way down. The radar returns are way down. So this is very much weakening its way as it pushes off toward the east, northeast here tonight. We will run our way through this line of storms and put some storm tracks on things here. So let's try to position this best to get out ahead of what remains of what's down there in Hocking County. Logan, you guys still dealing with some heavy rain, but I would say for the most part, severe weather chance kind of done for you guys at the moment. Over toward Murray City, getting the heaviest of it right now. Nelsonville getting the heaviest of it right now. Up toward New Lexington, you guys are pretty much done with severe weather as well. So let's track that leading edge there. Oh, east, northeast at about 20 miles per hour. This will be into Hamley Run by 7:58. The Plains at 8:05, Trimble at 8:10, Athens 8:15 for some of that heavier activity to get toward you. Federal 8:25, Amesville 8:32. Armadale at 8:38, Chester Hill 8:44, and Stockport by 8:15. 54 here tonight. That warning that's in place, we get about 3 to 4 minutes left on that one. So we'll kind of wrap our coverage up here if we don't see any other warnings as we get toward about 8 o'clock here tonight with that warning coming to an end. The one area that we're watching here over toward Morgan County just picked up several new lightning strikes. This is our strongest cell right now. This is to the west or to the east of New Lexington, coming into McConnellsville right now. Really picking up the intensity in terms of rainfall rate. Kind of extends up into southern portions of Muskingum County there. Lots of lightning, about 50 strikes, I would say, in the last 10 minutes. Again, we kind of get to that severe level when we get to about 50, 60 plus when it comes to a lot of the storms this past week. So if we do see new warning, I think this is probably going to be the culprit. This will be the storm that causes it. So let's track this storm as well. We'll track the leading edge of the heavy rain there, which starts in southern Muskingum County, heading down into Morgan County, and we'll track this off to the east at about 20 miles per hour, which is what most of these storms have been moving here tonight. This will be in Coal Hill, 8:12 into the Rousseau area by 8:12 as well. Meeksville 8:15, Hackney at 8:26, Beckett 8:29, Ludlow by 8:37. From there on off into Noble County, Caldwell 8:44, Duval 8:49, Dexter City at 8:54. So these storms going to continue to move out to the east. This will be the one to watch to see if we do see additional severe weather here. I want to take a peek inside. We'll look at the hail potential first. I think this data hasn't quite been updated by the radar yet. I would expect maybe some hail potential across the border into Morgan County right now, probably northwest of McConnellsville. So I don't think we're getting the latest data scan there yet. So we'll wait for that to come in. Should come in shortly. We'll look in the storm, see if we can see any strong winds, any indication of severe weather out there. That particular radar not helping us too much. Let me move our map around, see if we can get a different radar site, maybe see a little bit better data. Maybe some strong winds there in McConnellsville, north of McConnellsville. Again, we're kind of in that no man's land when we talk about weather radars, where we're kind of too far away from all of them to get the best weather data. This view here, again, purple doesn't mean anything. That's just bad data. So not seeing much on the scans. But again, keep in mind, we're pretty far away from the radar sites. We're looking high up into the thunderstorms, and it's kind of hard to see what we need to see when it comes to that wind. But a lot of lightning, a lot of heavy rain, a lot of probably some gusty wind in that storm too. Let's go back to Hocking County. We should be seconds away now from that warning going away, and that'll mark the end of this portion of our 10 TV Plus coverage. Let's see if we get it. There it goes. It's gone. So no severe thunderstorm warnings in place across 10 TV viewing area right now. We are watching some areas of development though. Southern Muskingum County, Morgan County. This will eventually head off toward Noble County, maybe up toward Guernsey in the next hour. So this will be the one to watch. We'll be keeping a close eye on all of these storms across central Ohio. Let's go back to our big view of the region here. This is the area we'll watch for additional storms if we do see severe weather tonight. I'm not willing to rule that out yet. I don't think we're quite done in our eastern counties, but of course we'll watch it carefully here. Further back to the west, not likely to see much other development. I think anything else that comes through likely to be on the weaker end, but we'll keep our streams going here tonight and our weather graphics. You can also watch our 24/7 radar channel. That's on the 10 TV Plus app and 10tv.com if you're interested in seeing what the radar looks like at any time. We also provide weather conditions and updates from around central Ohio in that feed. But for now, we're going to go ahead and wrap this broadcast up. I'm 10 Weather Impact Meteorologist Michael Behrens. Have a great Friday evening.
So we are finally ending a very long stretch of back-to-back weather impact alert days. I'm meteorologist Meredith Garfolo, and I have been talking with the team all week about just all the different ways we can prepare for the heat and stay safe during the heat. And I'm so lucky today to have an opportunity to talk to Lieutenant Nick Davis from the Columbus Fire. What would you say is the most important safety tip you guys have been talking about all week?
Prevention. So hydration, prevention, keeping your ambient environment cool. That's why we have the fan drive. I touched on these stats, and I'm going to hammer home on them. So half your weight in ounces is a baseline for what you should be drinking in water. I know everyone likes Gatorade and some of these other drinks, but it's a lot of sugar, so we should focus on water. Some other stats I like to point out are last week alone we had about 67 heat-related emergencies, and of the 67 we transported about 42 people to the hospital for a heat-related emergency. And so we just want to prevent that. Some of the other points I want to hammer home are like the high-risk population, so the senior citizens and then younger children. Senior citizens might not have access to the resources that most day-to-day people are available with, so we have to be sure to look out for them. Same thing with the children. We have to look out for them and make sure that we're looking for signs. So some signs for heat-related emergency: sweating profusely, dizziness, nausea, some vomiting, maybe kind of a stupor. So we should look for that and be cognizant of that. And then, we're always available for an emergency, so just reach out.
And I know we were talking about this earlier. I mean, we recently, unfortunately, had a hot car death that was associated with a child. And you said something that just stuck with me. I don't think people realize that it's like a magnifying glass when the sun is coming through your car. And whether it's your kid or your pet, I mean, it can do the serious damage and become deadly very quickly.
Yeah, that's exactly right. It's like a magnifying glass where, children play with ants, right? So we have to be cognizant of that. And I know people are busy, and they say to themselves, well, I can run into the store real quick for about 2 minutes. But 2 minutes can turn into 10 or 15 minutes, and that's a long time in a hot car with very limited airflow. So we have to be cognizant of that. We go on a lot of runs where we get children locked in vehicles, and it could be no fault of the parent. Maybe the child got into the car and hit the lock button, and then they couldn't get out. So they're scared, the parents are scared, and that's an emergency incident. So we have to be cognizant of that. Just look out for them, and just prevention is our key talking point.
And I think people should realize the kind of car they have. Obviously, seats are different in every car, and some car, like the fabric on the seating, is more dangerous than others.
Yeah, like leather seats, obviously a lot more hot than cloth seats, right? The other thing you mentioned with pets too. So I might be walking down the sidewalk and I'm in shoes, but a pet, they're with their paws are pretty sensitive. So if it's 95 degrees out, how hot is the pavement? It could be 105, could be 110. That's pretty hot for our four-legged friends, right? So we got to be cognizant of that too. Same thing with children. Children like to run around with their bare feet.
The sprinklers.
The sprinklers. They love the sprinklers, but that patio or that driveway could be scalding hot. So we got to be cognizant of that as well.
And you guys have been on a lot of calls, I'm sure, this week. Is there something that's been reoccurrent that we think we really need to focus in on when we're talking about heat safety and prevention?
I think just hydration. If I can hammer home the, half your body weight in ounces of water, that would probably limit a lot of our heat-related emergencies. And you got to be about 24 hours ahead of time. So we got Red, White, and Boom coming up next week. That's going to be on the 3rd and 4th. All these surrounding municipalities are doing theirs on different days, so you should be a day ahead of that. So on June 1st, June 2nd, be drinking a lot of water to be prepared for long walks and high heat index.
What about home safety? I mean, we also recently talked about a story where we had a propane tank that exploded in somebody's garage. I mean, are there certain things you may not realize are in your garage or in your car that during peak daytime heating hours, leaving it in those locations could be dangerous or even deadly?
Yeah, I mean, we're pushing a lot of the electric cars. They get in a heat runoff kind of thing, so we got to be cognizant of that, keep an eye on them. The propane tanks I can't really speak to. I don't know if there was an issue with the valve, but you could have those issues if you have a leaky propane tank in an enclosed area. That could create a explosive environment that would cause flames and explosion, correct? So that's an issue to be cognizant of. Some other little tidbits is with air conditioning units, 90% of the maintenance preventable maintenance is just to replace your air filter every month. You do that, you're probably as good as golden to keep your good airflow throughout your house and temperature controlled environment.
How about people that are going to be outdoors? Because, I mean, everybody wants to have fun. We know there's the heat alerts in place, but you're still going to see people at the pool. You're still going to be out maybe going for that jog, or we are both golfers. You might still be out going to the golf course. I mean, what are some tips that you should just maybe have a small checklist in your head so you can still go out and have a good time and not worry about heat exhaustion, for example?
Well, what I like to do out on the course is a lot of water, a lot of ice, so I can have an ice rag. And then also maybe some like watermelon or some berries, some like high water content fruits and vegetables, just to keep me hydrated as I'm passively eating a snack. So those are some other tidbits you can do for the upcoming 4th of July holiday. Just have a cooler full of some fruit and vegetables and some cooling rags and a bunch of water.
I know it's hard to believe the holidays are right around the corner, but are there any other really important tips that you think we need to talk about when it comes to heat safety? I mean, I know we seem like broken records when we have these days after days of heat, and especially with the humidity. I mean, I don't think people realize too that sometimes whether it's dry heat or it's this moist heat like we have right now, it's still heat, it's still really dangerous.
Yeah, just be cognizant. Prevention, look out for each other, look out for your friends and family, reach out to them if they need anything, a fan, a supply of water, cooling rags. Just look out for each other. That's all we can ask for.
And I think on that note, we have to also remember there might be a lot of people in our neighborhoods, in our communities, someone that's elderly, maybe someone that has a disability that might need extra help. Maybe it's having a community planner, just checking in with your neighbors. I mean, we're all here to help each other out, right?
Absolutely. We try to do that out at the fire stations when we're going around. We know our high-risk population, so we do welfare checks a lot of the times. And then, be neighborly. A lot of the people in this great city are very neighborly, and they're good about calling us or letting us know, like, hey, can you check in on Mrs. Smith, make sure she's good. So we're relying on that as well. So we appreciate it, and we're here to serve.
Another thing I was thinking about too is I always talk during storm season about having a hurricane prep kit, a severe weather prep kit. We should also have prep kits for heat waves because we can lose electricity too, and sometimes it can be 4 days.
Yeah, we call them bug out bags or ditty bags, right, for equipment that we use. So some things you can put in a bug out bag would be like a first aid kit, maybe some of those liquid IV kind of gel packs, some cooling packs that you can crack open and cool off. We have those on our ambulances, and we give those out all the time because people just ask, hey, can I just have an ice pack just to cool my neck off? Yeah, absolutely. So that'd be something you can have in your bug out bag.
I like that. I guess I'm going to need to work on my bag because I think you go through them pretty quickly. Anything else that we can talk about that you think we should just keep in the back of our mind as we move forward? Because this is not going to be the last heat wave. It's not the first, but as long as we're prepared, and especially when we're working with our community leaders and maybe keeping the 911 lines down for emergencies that aren't really emergencies.
Yeah, I just think preparedness, awareness, and just keep pushing that talking point of hydration and prevention of heat-related emergencies. Look out for the signs and symptoms, like I said, nausea, some vomiting in severe cases, flushed skin. In severe cases, you'd have no sweating just because it's an extreme heat emergency. So just look out for signs and symptoms, look out for your neighbor, and take care of each other.
Well, I really appreciate it, Lieutenant Nick Davis. We appreciate having you here from the Columbus Fire. And remember, the best thing to do to beat the heat is preparedness. Take care of yourself, take care of your family, take care of your neighbors, and take care of your community.
The heat is here and you can feel it every time you get into your car. Chris Moore, the battalion chief with the Upper Arlington Fire Department, says the temperature can rise drastically in your car in just a few minutes.
On a day like today, sunny, 95, we can see temperatures over 130 degrees inside a closed car, and the rate of temperature rise is very quick, so 2 degrees a minute.
We decided to see how quickly our car could heat up in about 10 minutes. The first temperature, about 101 degrees. 10 minutes later, we came back and the thermometer read 117 degrees, a 16-degree difference in just 10 minutes. Chief Moore says never leave your child or pet inside of the car during these extreme temperatures.
Even a 5-minute interval, we're going to see a huge temperature increase, and we can start to see symptoms of heat exhaustion or heat stroke in that interval with certain kids or anybody that has a medical condition.
Moore says if you see a kid in a locked car that is not running, do something right away.
We want to call 911 immediately so that we can get responders on their way, and then it is a very good idea to check inside the local businesses, see if you can find the owner or driver of the vehicle, because we do need to get that pet or person out of that car as quick as possible.
Always check your back seat before leaving the car. And if you have to, put a purse or a backpack in the back seat. That way you don't forget to check.
Today, we're learning these extreme temperatures now affecting roads around the state. Look at what happened in New Richmond, just outside the Cincinnati area. These pictures coming to us from ODOT, and you can see there an 8-inch buckle on US 52. Crews quickly made the repairs, but ODOT says that just shows you how hot it got to our south. Well, 10 TV meteorologist Michael Behrens explains what really happens under the asphalt that makes it crack.
It's going to be another hot day this Friday across central Ohio, and that's just one more added to a number of 90-plus degree days this week. And all of the heat we've seen can have some unintended consequences to just a number of things across central Ohio and around the country, one of those actually being the roads. You may have seen some pretty viral videos here over the past few weeks of roads actually buckling from the heat. So let's take a look at why that happens. It's no surprise when the heat really cranks up in the afternoon and those solar rays are coming in that asphalt temperature starts to bake. It quickly rises into triple-digit territory. Now that causes another impact inside the pavement itself. Thermal expansion causes that road surface to sort of want to grow and grow larger than its usual footprint. And of course, you can only put so much pressure into this road before it just can't take it anymore. At that point, that road starts to buckle and you can get some of those, well, divots or even ramps in the road that if you don't slow down in time, you kind of go on a wild ride if you run over. So just another reason to use caution in this heat when it strikes across central Ohio.
Great explainer there, Michael. Thank you so much.
Now, as we mentioned, this heat is here to stay. So this week, your electric bill could feel the effects of the warm weather. But there are some things you can do to keep your home cool without air conditioning. 10 TV's Tara Jabor explains.
If you don't have AC or if you're just trying to save money on your electric bill during these really warm temperatures, there's a few things that you can do around your house to keep your house cool. Now, the first thing is if you have a big window like this one, you can take a blanket and cover up that window. Now, when you do this, obviously the sunlight won't come into your home. That way it won't heat up your home. Now, another good thing is if you have those blackout curtains, then that can do the same thing. Of course, it'll keep the light from coming into your home and making your home warmer. The second thing you can do is use your fans and run those fans throughout the day to keep the air moving in your home. If you can, then reverse the direction of your ceiling fan so you want the blades to spin counterclockwise to get cooler air downwards. Another trick to keep your home cool is don't use your oven. Try to cook meals outside or make a meal that doesn't require the oven so you don't heat up your home with the oven. And the last tip is to just stay hydrated throughout the day, and then instead of taking a warm shower, take a cold shower to keep yourself cool. Reporting in Columbus, Tara Jabor, 10 TV News.